live coding session. Code Buddies is a global community of amazing people who help each other become better at software development through conversations on Slack and peer-to-peer organized study groups and virtual hangouts. Today we'll be continuing to work on the mapping application, the coronavirus mapping application. I guess it could be used more generically for data collection and mapping. One of the goals of this project is to sort of make it clear the extent of the coronavirus pandemic, and it was originally designed to allow people to report their own symptoms, but we're going to shift the project a little bit and just use some data sources that are publicly available. So why another coronavirus map, you might be asking? It's an important question to always ask at the beginning of any project. I think there's a couple of good reasons for it. Mainly it's about interpretability of the data, being able to understand the data. A lot of the coronavirus maps that have been produced, I think, add confusion. They make it hard to see the scope of the pandemic, in particular the geographic area that is affected. I'll just give a few examples. These are, probably copyright written, but when we look at these maps, there's two primary types of maps we see. One are these maps that are shaded countries, and they're colored by the intensity of the the number of cases reported in the country. And the other one are these types of maps that use some sort of symbol, and they change the size of the symbol based on the number of cases that are observed at that sort of point on the map. And from my understanding, there's some good reasons not to use either of these types of maps to visualize a pandemic. The first one, I can kind of point to some original sources like Stephen Few, for example. I'm sure has described this in depth, but essentially when you have what's called a choropleth map, where we're displaying data that's grouped into arbitrary shapes like states or countries or counties or municipalities, and coloring that. Really the size and shape of those geographic subdivisions has very little to do with the contour or distribution of the data. And a common example of misleading maps are election maps, where you see huge swaths of the map that are, one color or another, and it's interpreted as saying, well, the entire country feels this way, or the majority of the people feel this way. But when you look at the population distribution, sometimes you have very large areas that are very sparsely populated. And so a small subset of the population skews our perception. Similarly, you have these huge areas like the United States or Canada. There may be just a few spots where coronavirus is very strong in these areas, or Russia or China, or all of these areas. This kind of would indicate that the whole country is uniformly, essentially infected, so to speak. That it's just out of control. So it's misleading. It's unfortunate. Now, I think the reason that these types of maps are chosen is because the tools that are available, that are simple to use, they give you a couple of clicks, so to speak, and you can probably make them. I don't want to diminish any of these map makers' skills. Map making is an art and a craft, so there could have been a lot of work that has been put into these maps. But I think oftentimes our tools will default us in that direction, even just so in one direction or another. The problem with the proportional symbology, where you have a symbol and you scale it, is similar in that the area covered by the symbol is greater, is sort of not tied to the underlying data. The geographic extent of an infected population could be very small relative to a large symbol. Like an urban area could have a high volume of infections, and make that circle very large. And you'll even get some maps you can see here as an example. Just you can't really. I suppose this is fair use because I'm using these for illustrative purposes. I mean, you can't really tell what's going on there. You can't even see the underlying country. So these types of data visualization are not effective at communicating the important information. And when you have, people's health and well-being on the line, it's of utmost importance that we are aware of the implications of different representations of data. There's some great books on this subject that, if you're interested in data visualization, I highly recommend. I'll just make a couple quick examples. Quantitative information. There, I was about to spell that all funny. So Edward Tufte is one of the kind of seminal minds in that's informed our contemporary understanding of data visualization. He wrote this book, Visual Display of Quantitative Information. And in this book, he looks at some cases where people's lives were on the line and lost because of, essentially, for better or for worse, the data wasn't presented in a way that was meaningful. It was for worse, but it wasn't necessarily the fault of the people who were presenting the data. In hindsight, it's easy for us to see sometimes see some mistakes, but perhaps the tools and the techniques for data visualization weren't either readily available or maybe easy to understand. So it is an art and a craft. So anyway, really great book. Looks at some of the history of visual display of quantitative information, does a case study of the Challenger space shuttle disaster and how that possibly could have been avoided with better quantitative communication. And then just, my bookshelf here is actually at work, and I've been working from home, but I mentioned Stephen Few, S-T-E, Few. I think this is probably a good one. Show Me the Numbers. Actually don't have this book. In any case, any book you can get by Stephen Few, it's gonna be great. This is just textbook material. Like, this guy has literally written textbooks on data visualization. Now you see it. This is a great one. That's one of my favorite ones. Let's see just a few of his books. If you're interested in data visualization, there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do. Hey, what's up, Imperium 42? What is it about? Yeah, the book is, oops, where do we go? Library. Just about data visualization, how to communicate with data. Really, it's about finding signal in noisy data sets and displaying that signal so it's very easy to interpret. And even he uses a term called pre-attentive, where people can understand the data without really consciously thinking about it. And there's some very simple techniques that just use human psychology and evolution in our visual sort of inclination. I think a lot of our minds and brain has evolved to use our visuals perception for survival to very quickly give you an understanding of either financial information or otherwise. So this book is excellent. Now you see it. I recommend getting a hardback. It's one that you can just keep on your shelf, and it's really easy to read. There's more probably pictures than text because it's a book on data visualization, and the text is not really jargony or academic. It's very accessible. Okay, so just the reason I'm getting off this track a little bit is this is why we want to build another project mapping coronavirus data so that we can show proof of concept. Whether or not it's useful, I don't know, but that an alternative to proportional symbology or choropleth, which is sort of the two main types of maps that I've found being produced for the coronavirus. We might do some time series visualization as well. Depending, I'm not sure if anybody's really using this project that we're making, so here's an interesting one. A little bit of a heat map. This is kind of getting closer, but still proportional symbology. All right, so we are going to look at something like this, a heat map, which is still a bit proportional, I think, because the heat can expand out beyond the geographic reach of, like, the epicenter of these earthquakes, you can see are small, but when you zoom out, it kind of combines a lot of data into a source that sort of fits the contours of the underlying data, and you can get down to the details a little bit better, have a better insight as to, where the epicenter of these, in this case, earthquakes are, and what cities are affected and things like that. All right, so we're just going to take a little bit of time to experiment with how to make these heat maps with open layers, and then do a little bit of searching for some data that we might be able to use to populate the heat map. The closest I've found, this is actually a data pipeline, but there are some open source data sets. I think they're typically at the country level. They're aggregated by country. It would be nice to get a little bit closer look, like by city. But we'll have to just see what we can find here. Imperium, do you have any interest in or background in doing data visualization or geographic information systems development? Sorry, we're speaking very clear, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting projects going on, so maybe there is something that I could have forked. I didn't do a lot of searching, and honestly, again, this project started out with a little bit different scope, not just to visualize these existing published data sources, but to allow people to self-report when they were feeling symptomatic. And essentially, since then, the Finnish government has adopted an official app for that, so okay, it was worth a shot. All right, so what we're doing here, I have it running locally, and I'm not sure, I guess the stream seems to be doing all right. My bitrate seems pretty steady. If there are issues with the stream, I apologize. I think there's throttling issues with internet providers in general. A lot of people are using the internet right now, so it's to be understood. So, as you can see here, the idea is that when we want to show places where people are feeling symptomatic and allow people to sort of report those symptoms. So it's kind of like a prophylactic sort of thing. It's like helping, social distancing and self-reporting are just ways that we can lower the curve, reduce the spread of the disease, the virus. So, yeah. All right, so let's grab a little bit of tea. So essentially what we do here, it asks you for your location and a date, and you add a point to the map. Basically, it's as complicated as it is. It took a while to get everything running, though, so seems trivial, but yeah, it was tricky. Lots of learning going on. So the idea is, how do we get these into clusters? I'll do this search again in a minute. I'm going to close some of these tabs so I don't get too disoriented while I'm working. So when we look at this, you can see the radius size can definitely exceed quite a bit observed data. So we have to still be careful with the heat map. There's no like probably perfect visualization. An alternative is like a clustering algorithms. It's sort of like this sort of behaves like a clustering, and I don't know. No, there's no perfect representation, of course. So it looks like we just have some DOM elements to control these JavaScript attributes. So when we look inside of the script here, you create a layer, and we pass in some values for the radius. And it looks like this weight gives you a way to, I can actually read the docs for this. The API docs. Source. So I don't have to like kind of guess what each of these mean, right? All right. Yeah, I was sort of thinking. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so typically you'll have like a magnitude of the observations. So well, okay, basically some heat maps just count the number of observations or within a certain area, and they color it by the number of observations. So if there's a high volume, a high number of samples that fit these two criteria in the heat map, then that, so it's just like a counting. The method would be just count the raw count values, but something has to normalize the heat map so you know like the range of things. So essentially what OpenLayers is letting you do and kind of requiring is that you explicitly tell it the weight value has to be 0 to 1. So we're going to essentially have to normalize the data samples across the data set. And this is interesting too because it's a time series data set. I've never worked with this, so I have to just kind of think it through, figure it out. And is weight optional, I wonder? Because we don't want it to clamp. For example, if you have a data set that says number of cases, 500, it's just going to clamp it to 1, and that's not going to be meaningful. So you want to get proportional data. That's the tricky thing. So we might need to use pandas here a little bit to do like group by time series. So group by day. Get the min and max values across all countries for that day. And then for each country, return the proportional value. We don't need the min, just the max. How this country compares with the maximum. Is it the one with the most, or is it the one with the least? It doesn't matter if it's least, but so that should work. There may be a data set that already provides that. So it's essentially the max divided, it's the country's value divided by the max, right? So we might just jump straight to pandas, because in order to even work with this idea, I think I'll need some data. Either I could just click a bunch of times and make more data sets, but that's going to be pretty tedious, and all I'm collecting here is one observation per submission, so I don't even have a feature that I could use unless I did some sort of aggregation. The alternative here is just to do the clustering. Somebody got to group the data into meaningful representation. This is suffering from the same kind of, well, this is kind of like a middle ground. It's sort of using proportional symbology, but it's because all of the symbols contained in that radius are within that scope. The styling is kind of, or relatively close to it. Some outliers perhaps won't get clustered in. I'm not sure how the clustering works. This one could work. This could be a good approach. And that won't require that I do any pre-processing of the data as far as I can understand. All right, so we got yeah, so there's less configuration here. And we already have point geometry, so that's good. I would probably just stick with the distance defaults. Let's give it a try. So yeah, well, now we're to work with the heat map for now. In particular, I don't want to have to think too much about the weighting function, or the weight function. I think it's going to be too much sort of mental gymnastics right now. So we have some data points, and then I can add, just a few more observations for clustering. For some reason, I just instinctively want to just click on the map to add a new point. So maybe it's too many clicks already. To open a modal, then click the map, then submit the modal. 3 clicks. All right, so let's take a look at our source. So I get some data back here. Dang console logging in there. Clean that up, Rome here. And what we essentially do. Oh, okay, so this is submitting the form. This is posting a new observation. What we're going to look at is our map for the basic map. So this var is this map so here is this map. Yeah, and essentially we just add a new layer here. But we have to do it in the callback here. So what we do is we fetch the reports here and parse them. So the map can use them. They come back as GeoJSON. And then we put them into a vector layer. The source here is a vector source. This might be able to use the same source here. Huh. If that's the case, that'd be pretty nice. So let's see. And I'm just trying to use more or less ES5, ES6, nothing too fancy. I don't know if I could use, destructuring here or whatever that's called. Oh, something crashed on my system. Yeah, so in their cluster, they're just using a vector source. Which I think is the same as this. And that vector source, so... It's the same we're using. All right, good. So let's just try making a cluster source. No. I hope it's included here. Use that option API, options API. And since we're going to source to be source. And let's just see if this just works. All right, so yeah, got some console errors. I'm taking it. Dang it. So it looks like it is trying to cluster it. Somehow we're in a grouping function. That's a good sign. Let me just double check what our source. Should be comprised of. This might be cool. I might not have to parse these. If we're already getting GeoJSON back. Because essentially this returns some GeoJSON, and then we grab the, well, for each of the items, get the coordinates, create a point, create a feature, and with those features we can create a new vector source. So this is where we're at. Whether or not this vector source will work for the cluster layer is what I'm trying to figure out. And just to simplify things, I'm going to comment out this code a little bit. Actually, just bring this up. All right, so we have a features array. It's going to be an array or a list of features, and then we pass that into this vector source, right? An array of feature. That's what we got. We're now working with a collection. A list of features. Dude, I could do the AJAX request here inside when instantiating the request, the vector layer. That's cool. It would kind of flip it on its side, though. I'm doing this inside of the success callback. I don't know. I don't need to work on that. For our source, that shouldn't be required. I'm wondering if this is trying to call this get layer states array on the native JavaScript array. Let's see if other people are having this problem. Oops. Just copy paste, but not with Control Shift. Yeah, a few people. Layer vector. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait. Right. Okay. This is not a layer, this is a cluster source. Okay, so that's one of the challenges with open layers. There's so many like layers of code to go through each step of the way. You don't just like throw it in like leaflet, you can just kind of throw the data in there and pretty much it works. I mean, I know there are reasons that the architecture is such. All right. So we got the source, call it vector source. Then we pop it into the cluster. Then we make a layer out of it. And then we add it to the map. All right, let's see if that works. Okay. It looks like I need a lot more data. And I'm not sure what units. Okay. That didn't really work out too well, did it? It's working though, we got some basic clustering going on. We will want some styling. The default styling is just not very useful, man. Dang. And then it's just being too aggressive with it, so. That we don't actually get to see the. Oh, wait, it does. This is actually pretty good. It is working correctly. All right. And why don't I get that nice hover effect? The default styling in open layers leaves a lot to be desired. In this style function, all right, well, this is not too bad. Essentially, this is the part we'll want to keep. And maybe the default circle is okay. I would also like a dang hover effect, but I don't know, I guess that's okay. And really what we're doing, I'm just getting a lot of work for myself, but let me just show you. was originally going to use leaflet marker cluster. And I went down the open layers path just because, I mean, we would already have this done, dang it. That happens. It's relatively recently updated. It's got hover. Let's just take a demo real quick. This is kind of what it made me at. You know, that's just pretty nice. That is just pretty nice. And you can see the geographic scope when you hover, so that's pretty handy. Come on, open layers, just give us some nice defaults like this. Another problem I've been having with open layers is every time I search, I get results for open layers 3, 4, 5, 6, and then their default stuff is just not pretty. No hover effects. You know, I guess this is the way to learn about this stuff is by using it, you know. Finding the shortcomings, everything's got trade-offs. It's just a dang shame. I did a lot of work to get open layers working last time when I already had leaflet working. I've refactored the code and I don't know if I want to revert back to that. It's not too bad. The hover is similar. You see the geographic area, so I'll just go with what I've got. I don't like the starburst effect though. Strange decision. It's gonna be okay to go this way. All right, so let's do some copy and pasting. We'll commit this code. Then I might need a lot of these helper functions. I have no idea what they're doing. And we haven't even added interactions, so that's why we're not getting any hover effect. I don't need to do any of this dynamic parsing, so it looks like if I just use a static style and inside, well, I'm sure the Leaflet clustering plugin has some code similar to this going on in there, but it's just all abstracted if I were to have used that. So I see when you hover or click, it gives it a selective event, in which case it'll open the cluster. Let's try that. Let's start adding that interaction first on the map. Using closing brace. So the interaction takes a style. So basically, when we hover, it's selecting and putting in all these little stars. Or when I click, it's should be having the same effect basically. So we're popping in an initial. Man, I'm starting to think this is going to take me as long to figure out this stuff as if I were to just go back to the leaflet. Shoot. I see. It's hiding the original radius, hiding the original feature. That's the crux of this one here. Let's do this. use a for each here to make our code a little bit easier to interpret. Come on. I believe this is I think this is ES5. Well, it's part of the current language, but when did it become a feature? Well, can you, when did, okay. I think this is ES6, but no, I don't want to use that. I'm not really worried about performance. Let me think here. We could have some issues with performance if there's a lot of features. Which is probably why they used it. I just don't like using these these counters. It's kind of ridiculous. Wait, let's go back to the for each. I just skimmed past the table showing browser compatibility. Here we are. Okay, 12 for Edge, Internet Explorer 9, and that's what we're targeting. 9 and up. All right, so you have for each. Create earthquake style, create point style. And this is where I think it's static style is fine. But you have to pass it into the geometry. I don't need a function for this. What if there's a simple recipe for just a point? Yeah, like circle. I'll just use the defaults. I suppose I should just start importing these. Wonder why it's not bracket matching. maybe we do need some sort of some styling here, essentially. Fill and stroke, probably. Let me just double check. Yeah. I see they're just reusing it in multiple places. All right. Busy for a second. Just to see if that'll even do anything. Try to use the default fill and stroke, though I don't know what those are. I'm not even sure what's happening here. It's just a little bit sort of opaque. So we can just take a look at one of those. I guess I'm not sure why you have 2 radii or whatever. So you can make oval. Hey, there we go. It's working. Or we just needed a color. Probably not a radius 2. And maybe aqua. Or orange. Very cool. Alright, we're starting to get somewhere. So we'll get the proportional scaling. Dude, this is clustering all of those. That's crazy. But it seems to be working. Alright, I get it. Just gonna keep on keeping on with the open layers stuff. There's just so much to it. Good. Maybe make them a little bit smaller. And then what happens if I zoom? Yeah, it's pretty good. Shouldn't be clustering if there's none there, but I believe that's because it's clustering even when there's 1 point. It's so touchy. This will improve in a minute. All right, now where were we? Yeah, see, this is where we want to set the feature radius based on the number of features there. And it's using the extent of the features, which is nice. So it's tying it to the geographic area. Not sure. This is being used when why didn't use var when they declared it. Oh, they're overriding it here. They must have to use it somewhere else. All right, we'll work our way back a little bit. Style function. So this map is using the select style function. And there is actually a style function right here. And this is where if there's more than one features essentially, yeah, then it's going to apply radius and coloring. This is where we're using them. Max feature count is being tracked here. So then it sets the radius based on all the clusters. That's cool. We're gonna need that. I'm just wondering, so that's the style function. We will need that. So I'll revert this, I'll change this name back to select style. More so, this is like, not sure how we're using this. So we got the definition there, and it's used one place. So okay. Something like that. Be pretty explicit about it. We're creating a select style for the map. It's the only place this is used. Because of hoisting, I can use it before it's declared. So maybe it's... Yeah, my JavaScript's starting to get a little bit hairy. Alright. So next, inside of here, we got that return styles. So I guess we're just keeping some state around. It's interesting. And where are we using this style function here? All right, so I'm gonna create the vector layer. Yeah, this is the good part. Inside of the cluster source? No, this is inside the vector layer. All right. back here. Here we are. So we've got our source, style. So I think our default is this point style. If there's only one feature, it should just be a point. That little orange point. If there's multiple features, then we get to have a little bit of fun with it. Really be more explicit with what we're doing here. I don't think we need this. Just return that. And we sort of don't need this. Yeah, we do, because, well, I don't know if we need the else. I'll think about it. So in here we're using the feature. I think this can just be a function here. Create cluster. Circle style. Create cluster feature style. The kind of function should really do one thing if possible. If we're, hey, what's up, that Cyber guy? What's up, Rich? Sorry, I was your whole name. Things are going pretty good. Just relaxing on a Friday evening, doing some code, some live code. Kind of scratching my head a lot. Almost second guessing my choice to use OpenLayers over Leaflet. I think if I'd used Leaflet, I would be done and dusted with all this clustering, but because there's just a plugin, and I had the thing working a couple of days ago with a basic Leaflet map. But in any case, learned a whole heck of a lot. Probably writing a lot more JavaScript than I was anticipating for this project. What have you been up to? How's your, I don't remember your time zone. I think you're in UK time. How's your Friday evening going? Let's get my indentation cleaned up there. So yeah, we're just creating a cluster feature style with the feature. And the color is basically an RGB RGBA. I think is what's going on here. It would be nice if this was explicit what's going on here, but I think it's getting the proportional size. Rich says, yeah, UK, going well. Been doing some Vulnhub boxes and learning some buffer overflow stuff in prep for OSCP. Sounds intense. OSCP, some certification program. Oh, not open source, would it be open source certification program? I think this is just giving me the proportional size. Let's just use. And it wants it to run that first, so. Where do we size though? I missed that, didn't I? Right. This is feature count. Cluster feature count. I wonder if I'll just pass this proportional size in there. I'd like to do this calculation in a way that a little bit better context. I think that would be. Where was I doing that at? That if-else thing. Here we are. Something along those lines. So yeah, if this cluster has more than one feature, we want to get the proportional size for this cluster. by looking at the feature count for this cluster versus the max feature count, which we're tracking elsewhere. Offensive security, certified practitioner, 24-hour exam. Nice. Copy link. Is that like where you put a really, I don't know, some really stinky, rotten food on your desk and people just stay away? Is that offensive enough? Or in the fridge, for example, if you don't want people drinking your kombucha. Nice. And do you take it online, virtual lab environment? Yeah. Or in person? All right, have you done the course or are you just taking the test? Or do you have to take the course to take the test? I'm curious. Alrighty then. So we're working through this code a little bit at a time. It's coming along nicely. Now we get to move up one more layer in the chain, which was, where was this max feature count defined? There we are. That was in the calculate cluster info function. We're gonna need that, huh? Create cluster layer style, create cluster feature style, create map select style, calculate, cluster info. They're kind of using a mixture of coding styles here. The heck is vector null doing there? Control F that one. How can you get source from a null? Man, something's weird here, man. Yeah, so you're getting the features of a vector layer, but they define it as null, which does not make sense to me. Could be problematic if you try to call a property of null. So I will just take that out. Max feature count. Oh, Rich says, you have to take the course to take the test. My employers have paid for 90-day lab access. So you'll do my exam in 2 months. Nice. Okay, so yeah, it makes sense. I guess you wouldn't have just perpetual access to the labs. I've been taking some MOOCs online, those massively open online courses. I like edX, the edX.org one. Coursera is cool too. I think there's some really good ones. And occasionally I'll buy the little certificate, so then I can just take the course like indefinitely. The work at your own pace courses. I'm not very good with kind of structured, regimented learning. I think that stems from my childhood, where I went to a Montessori school. I don't know, I'm not trying to blame Montessori, but I think it actually just opened my, it supported my nature, my inner nature of being unprogrammed, self-guided, and a tea drinker. They had actually, I remember only a few things about that Montessori school, but they had little sugar cubes and a little tea set, and you'd actually make, I think, probably black tea, some sort of a PG Tips or something. This is in Kansas, of all places, but that's where I was born and raised. And I just used to go over there and eat the sugar cubes. But they never said anything. Or I don't remember getting reprimanded. In any case, flashbacks. What are some of your earliest childhood memories, Rich, if I can ask? Ones that you could share. I'm going to take a quick break, make a little bit more tea, while you see if you can prod your brain. Go sniff some cinnamon or strong memory evocative smells. Yeah. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Took longer than I expected. All right, made some tea, some green tea this time. Japanese bancha tea. All right, let's check. So Rich is having a little bit of troubles thinking of an early childhood memory. Anybody else in chat there? Want to share an early childhood memory? It's kind of sometimes funny that, what's it called, the wall of childhood, early childhood amnesia. My son is 6 next week, and he already has lost memories of when he was like 2 or 3. So it happens pretty early in our development. But I think there are just some glimpses. I think you can get little glimpses back pretty early. But it's hard to tell sometimes when a memory is sort of a natural memory, or maybe it could be a little bit manufactured through, like, you know, parents or family members kind of telling you stories, and then you envision those stories, and then it sort of becomes a memory. But yeah, I think so. I don't know how true this is, but I said my first like word or phrase, basically, was a kind of a phrase, I think when I was like, my mom says when I was 10 months old. So I don't know. I said hot light or hot yite, and I think I can remember that. Because my grandparents, I was with my grandpa, and I remember I was like sitting on his lap, and I remember I could see my mom and grandma over at like a sewing table in one corner of this room, and my grandpa reached up to turn off the lamp or something. I said hot yite. I think the excitement with my mom and grandma coming over to me probably had such an emotional impact. Like, it was so exciting that it left a really early imprint. And I'm still not totally sure if my mom just told me that story and I visualized it so many times, or if I actually, but it just seems like weird because I can see so I was sitting on my grandpa's lap, I can see my grandpa reaching for the light. So yeah, I can see them over at the table. And if I had manufactured that memory, I don't think the room and things would be so vivid. So it's kind of strange. Memory's a strange thing. Rich says, side note, if you were not aware, Pluralsight is free this month. It has some good courses on most things IT related. I was not aware of that. Thanks for the heads up, Rich. I think I've bought some stuff off Pluralsight before. Yeah. Very cool. Whoops, actually I did want that search to highlight some stuff for me. So we've got the feature count. I work my way back up the chain a little bit. Resolution, max feature count. All right, I was checking out this vector layer. I don't see the reason for this to, I think we just need to get a reference to it inside this calculate cluster info though. So what we're gonna do. Why do you set it at 0 there? I don't quite get that. Why not set it at 0 here, huh? Let me see where this is used. Should be used on every cluster, right? Inside the style function. This is the layer style function, or the feature style function. And a little bit of white space goes a long way, man, just for making it so you can read this stuff, yo. And not using these for loops. Just like paragraphs in a book. Just put a little white space here and there. And use all right, width plus height of an extent. That's an interesting one. not area. It's got to be a word for that. When you add the width and height of something, what's that called? It's not perimeter, because then you would do it times each of them times 2 if it was like a, I don't know what that would be called. What is this extent? It's an empty. Man, I hate that stuff. Extend. All right, so you create an empty to extend it. What the hell, heck is an empty? I think we're importing this one here. Extend. Get width, get height, all of it. This is also really confusing, where we have a vector source that has features, and then inside of that, because it's a cluster. Right. Jeez Louise, this is some tangly code. Whitespace is nice until you work in Python. I mean, I work in Python. I have no problem with whitespace in Python. I hit enter and the indentation works for me. I've never had problems with abnormal indentation. I mean sometimes, but it's so easy to fix. It's so easy to fix if I've got my indentation wrong anyway. I'm struggling to think of a problem that the whitespace was a significant burden in Python. I really don't know. This is syntactic whitespace. I mean, yeah, of course. Oh goodness, though, what are we gonna do with this code here? So the first thing that's just kind of strange to me is it's just reaching out and grabbing this vector layer. Just out of nowhere. Right here. Where did I even define it? Let's see. In my callback. Ah, crud. That's another problem then. Blasted. My callback. Scope. Where is that? Nikes. Now I'm getting too much JavaScript. Here we are. Here's that cluster layer. It's just scoped here. Now I'm wondering though, since it's in the parent scope of create layer style, Chihuahua. And I'm creating the cluster layer style here. It should have access to this scope, this parent scope. Create cluster layer style, right? And then create cluster info. Rich says, I sometimes work with Python where I have to edit a script quickly in Nano, and that usually causes issues with white space because the space tab mixture. Ooh, goodness. That does sound like not fun. That's right. Then, yes. I think I've seen some of those errors, but typically I work in an IDE of some sort, so. Although my colleague Marcus works, he's a Vim guy. So, but then, yeah, that's kind of, you can get that to be more like an IDE. Rich, do you know much about JavaScript scope? Does a function have access to the parent scope of all functions above it in the call chain, or just the parent function? Or does it even have access to the scope in the parent function? I don't want to bite my nails. So what I'm confused is, what is this create cluster info doing? It's not even returning nothing. It's like setting some global. No, it's extending. Just the scope of the parent function. Yeah, then this is over my head, basically. That's my main takeaway, I suppose, from this session, is that OpenLayers is not for the faint of heart. Some of these examples are just also, the code is just a little bit challenging. So this is getting a global, well, more or less a vector layer that's already been assigned to a map. And then getting the features from that, right, so I can understand that. And then looping over the feature, grabbing each feature so I can use that for each for that. And then creating an extent and extending the extent with the extent of the each feature. So each feature kind of pushes, so you got, like, you start with an empty extent, and then each feature pops in there, and then the next features and the extent is going to encompass all of the features. Like, kind of get the deal. And then padding it, I guess, with this thing. You know what this get width extent, get height extent is giving me the bounding box. With some padding. Width and height gives me a bounding box, right? Yeah, because I think even if my extent is like squiggly, I still get a bounding box. Boom. There's at least that much I understand. But what I'm gonna do is refactor this dang thing. So basically, I can pass in features. That's the thing. I don't have really access to this vector layer. That is such the confusing thing is why does it need the whole layer when it should be working at a single cluster? So I've got Rich says, sends me in pictures. It's an imager image. Is it suitable for work? Is it family friendly? I'll have to open it over here just in case. Yeah. Of course it would be. I'm just thinking. Yeah, that makes sense. So you have access to the global scope, then you should have access a couple layers up the call stack, I'd imagine. All right, I'm not gonna worry myself with this too much. This code is gonna need some refactoring. Again, I'd like to just pass these features into this calculate cluster info here with the resolution. You know, I have the dang things right here, don't I? Whoa, no, I don't have that. That's what's so confusing. This style function is operating on a single feature, which is the cluster. I almost think this code is wrong. All right, we are creating the cluster layer style, so this helps the meaningful names here. What that argument is, then that it passes in there. So the cluster layer style. I almost think this first parameter is the layer. Because we're calling this on the on a vector layer. And I'm thinking the first thing that gets passed into this argument is not a feature but a layer, and that the code example is confusing and has bad naming conventions. Why naming things is so important. Let me see if I can verify this. So if I look at the OL vector, he's like telling me to search for leaflet, do it. No, it's good. Open layers is good. Just confused is all. All right, the style is what I'm looking for. A style function. Function that takes a feature and a number. All right. Representative user resolution. Okay, so it is a feature number. I will quit complaining. So it's passing in each feature. Got it. Well, in any case, I need this. I think this was called bounding box. Almost. It's the radius though. I hope I'm not totally misguided on that. Really, this max feature count could be just this length. And it is, in fact, this length, but they're just using it in two places. All right. So if I go to original features, I loop over those, extend the extent. What's this void 0? What the heck does that mean even? J is void and JJ is void, and then we're using them. I've never seen that. It's going to evaluate to true or false. Hey, what's up, Yashtich? How do you say your name? Yashtich. How are you doing? Are you staying occupied and healthy in this time of sort of social distancing? It evaluates the given expression and then returns undefined. What? Great, that's a random word. Yeah, Looks like a random word. Interesting. Is this a throwaway Twitch account? What's your data source for this app? Good question. Right now it's just clicking around on stuff. So that I'll have some samples to mess around with. But at the beginning of the live stream, oh no, I've got stuff's broken now because my code is not working. I'm working through some really complicated mind-bending code. I've done a search a little bit around for some actual coronavirus source data. The original intention of this project was to let people self-report feeling symptomatic going forward so that you could ask people to use this application and get a kind of more real-time feel of things in a self-report manner. In any case, the scope is changing now, so I'll probably be, time permitting, looking at one of these data sources. Do you have a recommendation of some good COVID data, open data? In particular, if it has granularity down to like the city level, would be super cool. Time series or just 1 day, snapshot would be good. Closest I'm finding, I was thinking about using, I think this project, but I haven't actually taken too much of a gander at how the data are structured. Another one I did take a look at the beginning of the session is this one. This one, they aggregate daily counts of infections, recoveries, and fatalities to the country level. And that might be fine, but then the clustering is not really going to be useful there, is it? So a heat map would be much better. To be honest, city-wise data is not feasible in the global scale. Makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of cities, isn't there? Aren't there? Isn't there? A lot of cities. There is a lot of cities, isn't there? My grammar, my English grammar is going downhill since I've been living abroad in Finland for 6 years now. Yeah, so yes, I don't even know how to say your name. I'll just call you Yas. I think I might be going down the wrong path here with this whole clustering deal then. So what tool platform are you using for this? I'm using Python and Django with some JavaScript and open layers for the mapping and visualization. I was kind of hoping to get to some other visualization using eCharts, but I didn't really, I've been having so much trouble with the map, to be honest. It's super nice. I mean, dude. It is crazy cool. Any case, boom! So yeah, it's a web app. Yeah, that's the other good point is I didn't want to make a native app that somebody would have to download. And so I'm sort of leaning the project into just being a general data visualization tool, so it'll give us another COVID-19 map. I know there's a bunch of those, but I also kind of have some reason to create yet another COVID-19 map. Cool, thanks. It looks really great, thank you. But you brought up such a good point about the data availability at the city level. If it's not available, then I don't really think it makes sense to cluster. Essentially what we'll have is a center point, for each country geometry. We have a lat lon. Let me just show you some of the data I found here. Let me know what you think about this. So say we use this data source here. We can view its structure here. You have a recommendation? I'm all ears. Yes. I'm just calling you Yes for now. Such easy. Much like. See its country day by day, country with a lat lon, probably for the centroid or something. Centroid? That sounds weird. So I am shivering with anticipation. What's the recommendation? So we're gonna have to go back to the heat map. Now, I got scared off by the heat map, man. I'll show you why. But maybe it's not too bad. It's because I have to normalize the data between 0 and 1. I didn't know how to do that, but in hindsight, I just didn't read the source code, I think. They have this function. You have to define the weight, and somehow I have to normalize it, that weight. So this has such fewer code. I could use a global variable to hold the maximum cases count, and then just use my weight here for each feature. Grab each feature being 1 point on the map, so 1 centroid. Essentially 1 row, country. Huh, yeah, that is weird word, but I think it's the right word. Cool. Each row is a country, and it has a lat lon, right, and it has some other attributes. Oh goodness. Confirmed recovered deaths. Boom. Okay, so I would make a heat map of confirmed cases. And I would have to just take the maximum confirmed cases for that day, probably. In which case I could use the pivoted data, perhaps. Nah, we lost a lat long in that one. So I'd just be using pandas here. But here's what I'm getting at. I could get the max value for this column with pandas like that. It's no problem. It's such a good library. Oh, somebody's already doing the same thing, of course. No doubt about that. I know that is happening. They're not so much doing the same thing though. And there's a bunch of advertisements on there. And they're using cookies. It's like, why? I don't know how useful this is. I think I'm doing a little bit of different something here. Like they don't even have a map. All right. So yeah, I'm reinventing some wheels here, but I'm doing it in a little different way, and I have justification. Not only is it cool just to learn and make something open source, but also I'll just go over this again since there's 5 viewers, and you're making a really good point. Oh yes, seriously though, when we're starting a project, let's see if there's something I can, you can either build on, or if you're reinventing the wheel, if something is already highly successful, and just go on and do a different project. Totally makes sense. I totally agree. But in this case, I have not found a project that creates a coronavirus map in a way that doesn't significantly distort the data. Not sure I'm going to be able to do much better though, given the granularity of the data. The basic idea is that all the kinds of maps are using either the geometry of the area infected. The geometry of like an administrative boundary, country or state. So called a choropleth map, and coloring the geometry by the sort of magnitude of cases. But what the problem with choropleth maps, as you probably have heard with regard to election maps, is that one is it assumes homogeneity in that whole area. So it says that Texas is just covered in cases, but California's covered in much more cases, which is not totally true. We know that. So it's not uniform distribution of cases here, right? Right. That's the one thing. That's why I was hoping I'd get city level data. The other thing is that similarly with the United States, you're side by side, you can see that the United States is not uniformly covered with COVID cases, right? But the choropleth map doesn't let me know that there is actually some variation inside there, geographic variation. So choropleth maps just, they hide stuff. And when you're talking about pandemics or epidemics, you probably don't want to make everyone think that, they're under sort of attack and like the whole area is just a flaming volcano of COVID-19 or something. So the other type of map that we have are these proportional symbology, where you have like a symbol, like a circle or whatever, and you scale the size of that. And you can see what happens there. The scale is not proportional to the geographic extent of the issue, of the problem. And secondly, humans aren't that good at sort of visually estimating area. So it's hard for us to kind of differentiate between circles of a similar area. So I was hoping to produce more something like this, but this is China pollution. But you can see the difference, though. You can see sources of pollution here and how they've changed. So let's take a step back. I'll just let all this code go. It's okay to throw it away. And I'll try the heat map approach again. That's what I set out to do at the beginning of the hour, 2.5 hours ago. But I got scared away by this. Dun dun dun. I have to figure out how to calculate the magnitude proportionally to all the others. Because what this does is clamps it at maximum of 1. As far as I understand. I'll read the docs again. Heat map. So you kind of see what I'm saying? What do you think? What do you think, Yas? Am I wasting everyone's time here? I'm not really wasting anybody's time. Except my own, I suppose. But I do have tea. I have a lot of tea. So there's always that. And I could be watching Netflix or something. I don't have Netflix, but you get the point. Alright, so let's just go to heat map again. Man. Yeah. Because clustering just doesn't make sense. The granularity of the data. If you do have a better data source, though, please do let me know there. With more granularity, it would be super cool. But yeah, I know what you mean. There's so many cities in the world, and if you're having daily reports or weekly reports for every city in the world, that would be a huge data set. Well, let's just see, though. Oh, doodlebugs. City level coronavirus data to be released. Here's Finland. New York Times has an ongoing repository. They mentioned city. Same thing, like New York City has a lot. It's like, I think the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak in the United States, if I recall correctly, and potentially going to be the world if the United States doesn't figure out how to respond. But you can't really say the whole state of New York has that same level of infection. All right, OC Healthcare, Orange County. City level. Oh, okay, so this is just for cities in Orange County, probably. Yeah, all right. New York Times, U.S. state level data. Not bad. U.S. county level data. And I don't want to make this a U.S. centric thing, but I suppose I can see why the New York Times would do. Focus on the United States. I don't want to kind of show too many advertisements or stuff on here. Proportional symbology. You can see how pervasive that is. Yeah, so what kind of projects do you work on? Hey, Jake, 1888. Hi, have you seen the coronavirus.app? Sorry, I missed your message, Jake. No, I haven't seen the coronavirus.app. Maybe I have the... Finland was originally asking for an app that people could self-report, and that way they'd have this granular view of, you know, where people are feeling symptomatic at like a municipal or city level. So I think that is valuable insight, but maybe the coronavirus.app is the one that got adopted in Finland. Let me check it out. That sounds pretty cool, though. Jake, what's the link to the coronavirus.app? Yeah, this is just like a whole freaking cluster bomb of explosion of data. And they're grouped by... They're using leaflet. Hey. Leaflet. Brazil. So it's country level data. And it puts it in Sao Paulo. Man. What's going on? So we could do something similar there, but I think we would be looking at the centroid or whatever the lat lon are for the data. But same here, Uruguay. So this is country level data. All right, cool. It's actually ransomware. Coronavirus.app is actually ransomware, maybe. Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't want to make this as an app because there's just people who are just doing things people do, I suppose. Just a web app is all we really need here. Guardian's pretty cool, but I suppose they're probably going to do Choropleth. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're getting over the curve, over the shoulder in a lot of these countries. That's good. Good sign. This is a log. Where are you from, Yas? Where are you from, Jake? Yeah, well, they're using proportional symbology. But yeah, so is this whole area affected? Or is it just like sparse? And yeah, just stuff like that. It makes it so hard to interpret. And these are like professional news agencies and things. This is a little bit easier. You can kind of get a heat map feel for it, but it's just dots on a map. Overlapping with no opacity. Full opacity. If there was some transparency, then you'd get like a more heat mappy effect. All right. So without like sort of better ideas, I'm going to continue what I'm doing. I'm going to go back looking at the weight function documentation, and I'm going to make a heat map. I think this is okay. The weight has specific things. It's going to return. They should range from 0 to 1. And values outside that will be clamped to that range. So yeah, we're gonna use pandas. I think I can think of a way of doing this with pandas. We can do a daily. I could probably figure out a way of doing it with pandas. Off the top of my head, it's a tricky one. Might be a good chance just to fire up Jupyter Lab. Does anyone here want to see some? We can work with some Jupyter Lab. Visit the website. It'll give you a good idea. I did. Oh, COVID-19 India. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to make this into a whole full-blown thing, but we could use AI to predict further spread in a particular region. I know there are some projects on GitHub open source that are actually using predictive modeling and time series modeling. Yeah, that's a good idea. Copy link location. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit behind in the chat. Sorry for that. All right, COVID-19 India. Yeah, this is nice. So it's like at the state level, though. Yeah, so it's about the same in the United States or European countries level, right? Well, I mean, kind of. India is huge, so somewhere in that range. Big areas. Okay, goodness gracious. And the problem with this modeling and AI is there's not a precedent. And usually, like most AI I've worked with, in other words, like machine learning, time series forecasting, or supervised learning, or well, things like regressions. We'd have to figure out what we're trying to draw, but we're not trying to draw a regression line. We're trying to predict when the curve will flatten, right? And without historic data, the models have a hard time of that. I don't know. I've never worked with a modeling tool that I can think of to apply to this. Rich says, there are plenty of data on the country level. However, annoyingly, I assume it's down to each country to give a more granular breakdown at the state and county level, which is presumably why we don't see this level of granularity in the data. That makes sense. And there's also the several complicating factors of one, motives. Do the countries want to, publish the truth, or are they wanting to be ahead of the game, appearing to be curbing the spread of the disease is one thing. And the second thing is the ability to test, the accuracy of the data. Second thing that comes to mind, there's probably lots of things that could be said about that, but countries have various ability to test cases, and people, and the virus itself, people can be infected without being symptomatic. Some, I can't remember anecdotally, but some president of an African country or something like that. I'm sorry, this is I'm not trying to sound rude or anything, or demeaning or anything like that, but it was some African nation, and the president was quoted. They were like asking him, maybe it was Nigeria. They said, how does your country have 0 cases of COVID-19? He's like, well, easy. We don't have testing kits. So yeah, the ability to test is a whole nother factor in the accuracy of this data. Rich says, Europe has today's data geographic distribution of COVID-19 cases worldwide. Seems comprehensive country-level data set with a day-to-day breakdown. Cool. And actually, if we can web scrape this, the goal here is just to get a prototype thing up. I can deploy this and run a cron script to pull the data source down. Host it on like a $5 DigitalOcean droplet or something like that, right? I just gotta get something to work. I gotta pick the right representation and the right data. So these are all open questions. I don't have the answer, but I think we can improve on it with putting our heads together. There may be something we can do with modeling, certainly. Yes, let's take a look at the AI too. As JSON, CSV, and XML. Thank you, Rich. I am opening it now. Copy link location, there it goes. Let's take a look. Yeah, and Europa. So this is a good data source. And you said it was your country level data set, not Europe. COVID-19. Yeah, we might have to bust out some Jupyter Lab real quick, just so we can start doing some EDA on this. Come back to the Django in a little while, because if I don't know what the data looks like, I don't really know. I shouldn't really just dive into coding. Again, when I started this project, I was planning on collecting data. The goal was to allow people to self-report once again. But now we're going to have to use some data that exists. So let's take a look at this. What's the copyright policy? Dagnabbit. Can I publish? So can I publish a derivative work? Can be reproduced, adapted, and distributed totally or in part, irrespective of means and formats used, provided that the EDC is always acknowledged the original source of the material. Oh, okay, that's easy. So it's just attribution. We can do that. All right. Thanks, Rich. We're going to open it up. And I wonder if there's like a web link I can just crawl, so to speak, or just like a static URL. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna use the restroom. We're gonna do some Jupyter Lab. I don't know if I should put Jupyter Lab and all its dependencies and such in this project. I guess so. Probably wouldn't hurt. And I'll just have a section for notebooks. Yeah. Cool, thanks, Rich. Let's take a look. Let me just do this on stream so you can see what we're doing here. So we got Poetry Shell. We're gonna need pandas, because pandas are cute. We like them. All right, so while those are being handled, I'm just gonna be right back. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, it looks like still installing stuff. There's a lot of dependencies. I was kind of wondering if I should add all this to this project. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal if I deploy a Django app on a, oh, it looks like my stream is slowing down a little bit. My bitrate is dropping. Sorry for the bandwidth issues too. All right, cool. So let me know if the stream is having difficulties. I don't know if I can toggle reduce the quality or anything. So once we get this set up, I'm going to run Jupyter Lab. We'll open it in a browser tab over here. If you're not familiar, Jupyter is this really awesome project for data science. It kind of it unifies in some way. It tries to unify the data science ecosystem, which isn't so altogether fragmented, but there are still a little bit of opinions and a little bit of animosity between languages and stuff, like R languages versus Python. But I think we're kind of collectively getting over that. So this idea of Jupyter is to blend those. So the name Jupyter comes from Julia, which is an up-and-coming language for statistical numerical computing. Julia, J-U, Python, T, which is LaTeX, and is an R language. So they spell like this: Julia, Python, LaTeX, and R. Good stuff. Is that a portmanteau of like 3, 4? Yeah, a large traveling bag. It's kind of like a portmanteau. In any case, it gives you this really great notebook interface. Yeah, there's mixed reviews. Not everybody likes working in a notebook, and that's fine. I think there's a lot you can do in notebooks. Jupyter Notebook was the original project. Now Jupyter Lab is sort of the replacement, and you can run all these languages in one environment. So you can see Julia here, R language, C++, Python. You can do data viz, exploratory data analysis. They're running them side by side. I don't know if you can mix and match. It's I think there's still a little bit of compartmentalization there, but this got multiple kernels running. So I don't know. It's an excellent project. So we're just going to fire it up once it's installed. It looks like we're good to go. I don't know how much data visualization I'm going to do there. Well, one thing, so if you're coming from a background in R language, sorry, let me get it opened up in my other browser. You might be familiar with the idea of data frames. In fact, before I started working more closely with Python, I sort of took a foray into R language. I was interested in statistics and stuff. And when I sort of started learning Python, I was like, where's the data frame? How do you do vectorized operations and things that I was kind of learning were the bee's knees. They were really cool to do in R. Well, it turns out you can do those. They just use, actually, I'm just going to pluralize it. I might not only end up having one notebook, but yeah. You use pandas or NumPy if you just want but for the data frame equivalent, yeah, you use pandas. Rename it. I'll just call it index because it's sort of like the main thing. I'm going to try something crazy. I've never done this, Rich. You ready? pd.read is a function, read CSV, and it just takes a string, which is a path to a file. Will this work? Will this work? HTTP path to a file? No way. We got 8,000 rows. You know, that is really cool. I don't want to harsh on R language, but look at this. I don't know. The syntax irks me. I don't know. I just got to admit that. I think R does a lot of cool stuff. It's got a lot of really great things, but when you import a library, it just puts everything in your namespace. And then, this is not so bad, but yeah, what is this? And then people just do these kind of, just put everything in one line type of stuff. Which is like, come on. So at least Python has an ethos about not polluting your global namespace, one, but yeah, trying to make things Pythonic, readable. Readability counts. I would have placed money on that not working. Yeah, same. Honestly, Richard, I would have too. It's just nuts. You know, Pandas has got its quirks, and there are some frustrations of it. In working with Pandas, but it does a lot of cool stuff, man. Let's see now something interesting. It didn't get. It parsed a lot of things, but it didn't get the dates. So I think there's just a. Let me do another liner here. Liner doodles, and then. Oh, come on. I think there's actually in Jupyter Lab is becoming more and more and more like a full IDE. Just need to. All right, so it's having troubles with the date rep. It's got it as an object, though. Maybe it did parse it, to be honest. Usually it'll say a D time. It'll let you know when there's a date there. So, what date format is this? This is April, or is this March? Yeah, it's got to be March, right? No, this is April. So day, month, year. Yeah, right here. Come on, read. All right, we'll work this out. Firstly, I just want to make sure I'm. Here's another cool thing about Jupyter Lab. Almost need to work with this full screen. Let me just create a new. If I maximize this and I change my scale over here. There, oh, yeah. And then I hide the code. Does that work? Can you see it pretty good? I can hide my video too. Would that help? You don't want to look at me? I understand. All right, so let's see. So this contextual help is just going to help us along the way. If you've ever used RStudio or another IDE that has similar, like you click on a function name and it tells you how to use it, this is that. Look at this, doc strings there, everything. Code examples, this all just comes out of the library you're using. So if they, Pandas in a lot of cases has just really great documentation. Not always. All right, so we want to parse dates. Was that the right? And check this out. I just saw a date first. It's true. Isn't that the case? Day, month, year. Boom, it defaults to false. There we go. Now I think we should have a little bit better chance. Look at this, I can keep running it. Keep downloading that data. Huh. So we should see a date time 64 like this right here. But we see an object, so it's a bit confusing. Yeah. Worst case, I could set this date parser. Rich, what am I doing? Am I able to print the object out? Yeah, I should actually just, perhaps it is parsing it. You know, there's ways of doing this. There's ways of doing this. But we just want to do a less is more approach to it. You know, ideally, if I could just do it on import, I would. Let me just see if this makes a difference. Come on. So I can apply a vectorized operation across the whole column. That's cool. Not having to do any looping or funkiness. There you go. See, now we got a date times 64. If you don't mind sharing, why did you make the move from States to Finland? Family. That's simple as that. Basically, I have a 6-year-old son here. He's turning 6 next weekend, so. I came here just before he was born. I visited first about 6 months before he was born. And then I went back to the States and worked for a couple months. Worked for like three or 4 months there in Oregon, and then came back here. I was there for his birth. That was pretty cool. All right. I got to cut the umbilical cord. All right, so now we got a date time 64. Why does that matter? Because now we can do, good question, why does that matter? We can do group by. Essentially what I need to do is, for each day, get the maximum value of that day, right? That's what we're after. That way I can get the proportional value for each row. So if I do a group by, max, what do you think cases, max cases? So it's a date time 64. I hope it'll give me enough. Yeah, now we got proper dates. Good enough. COVID data group by. Were you born, Rich, were you born in UK? I always forget if this is group by. Yeah, well, it filled it out just a little bit slow. And then we want to the max. I think this should work. No. Well, let's try this group by first, but I believe, and I have to tell it what I'm getting the max of. Cases. Now I'm just totally winging it. Here we go. Cool, so now we have the max cases for each day. Jeez Louise. Do you want to do some plotting in here? We can do some plotting. I always like plotting. I think we'll want to use Seaborn. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Rich, what time is your bedtime, man? I'm gonna be up for a while. I don't have a bedtime tonight. I'm not being patronizing, don't take it that way. I was just curious if you're getting tired or not. So, to see things, we'll use Seaborn. To get Seaborn in here, I'm gonna do it in the background just so I can get it done real quick. Where's my thing? Actually, you know, Pandas has, if I just want to plot something. We'll need a Matplotlib. I don't know if that's installed by default. Yeah, it's not. So in case I'm just going to, if I got to install something, I'm going to install Seaborn, to be honest. Seaborn is a data-oriented statistical plotting library. Statistical because it's science-y. Data-oriented because it doesn't make you jump through hoops to split out your data as separate lists, map over your data and all that stuff. You just throw out your data and you say, plot this as X, this is Y, and it does the mapping internally. Boom. I like that. Not all of them are like that. Getting some whispers. So we're going to do some little bit of peekaboo just to see how the data are shaped. Maybe do scatter plot. I don't know. Let's get a line plot out there first. So here, as an example, you bring in Seaborn, you do a line plot, you throw out your data, you tell what colors you like in that case, and actually it does everything automatically. That might work for our data, in fact. Let's try it. Now we're gonna go. So when I installed Seaborn in the background, it automatically brings in Matplotlib because it builds on top of it. Not every Python plotting library is using Matplotlib behind the scenes, but yeah, Seaborn is, so that's nice. Now we're gonna do a line plot. Data equals, did I save this as something? Data equals daily cases. Let's see what it does with just that much information. Kind of figured it out, didn't it? kind of, but then how does it have data in the future? I didn't do something right. It shouldn't really have data in the future. I don't get that. Just want to check this one out. Bridge says, not sure I'm planning to sleep. We'll be up for a while. It's only 11 here. Yeah, that's right. Just a little bit behind. Let's set it to a time series index. Oh yeah, you have to in place is true. All right, so now we have a daytime index. This is what's confusing. It's got 8,000 rows. But the days are in there multiple times. Oh. Because my group buys, each country is represented there multiple times. Oh, but that's what I want. I want this to give me the max for each day. Rich, have you used Pandas much here? This is the figure outy part. So we don't have to we don't have to resample it. And I don't want the whole series max. So this is resampling it basically. Yeah, we can't use that for the, we can't use those dates for the index because they repeat. The index needs to be unique. All right, so that's first mistake. Just take that out of there. Although, wait. this is actually what I was trying to do. Daily cases, set index. I think where I'm going wrong is, oh, so we have 95 days of data. That's correct, right? Set that index 10. But why? Why does it have data for November 2020? Can you build a composite key like you would get in SQL? Yes, you can. Composite key, yeah. It's essentially a multi-level index. Is kind of what you're saying. I think that's the most similar thing. So yeah, let me go back here a little bit and find out. After we cast this, there could be something going wrong here with the to date time. Where since the day is first, this is why it should work right here. Dag nabbit. DDMMYY, is that official date parlance in the UK? Just got to take a little bit of time here and get this to do the date parsing correctly. 496. Yeah, we're DDMMYYYY here. I would have thought a lot of Europe. Yeah. Finland is also DDMMYYYY, but we use dots to separate it. It's kind of strange. I remember working for an American bank and having to use American format, which confused me for some time. Yeah, I think both of them are junk, to be honest. YYYY, MMDD, or ISO 8601 for the win. It's not an international standard, but a European one. Oh, okay. And the default of the parser is to try to parse dates as MMDDYY. A more American. I don't think that's the international standard either. However, this gives an error. It will try another format. The reason you get inconsistent results is between the rows in the CSV. You can pass date first as true. Now, I did try that. To date time. Oh, I didn't try that. I tried passing it to the read CSV. All right, Rich, this is going to work. I just want to copy and paste it. I don't think I need to re-index it now. I'm just going to comment this one out and run it to get rid of the big red blob. Ready? No, it did not work. Yeah, it's like almost all of these, the day values is January, February, March, 12, 12, 12. Well, for as impressive as Pandas was to get the dang thing without the file off the line, but it's a bit problematic to get dates parsed correctly. So here I need to not parse dates. This could also be the remaining issue, in fact. There we go. Yeah, so interesting, the pandas parsing, the date parsing is just jacked. Good, now we're beyond that. Rich says, I remember, well, I read that one. I double checked the data. I thought I'd send you a faulty data. It's good, the data's fine now. We can see the trend. There was a huge spike back here. What was that? Dude, daily cases. All right, this is why you do the EDA. This is why you visualize it. Just check yourself before you wreck yourself. What are we doing now? Yes. I'm going to add a new column to the data set, to the data. The original data set, that's daily proportions. So what I want to do is look at this maximum value and compare it against each of the country's daily value to get the proportion. So to do that, I want to do a quick lookup. I want to be able to look up quick things from here. Oh, it is a daytime index. Look at that. So I think the index is going to give us a quick lookup. It's a small table to begin with. Oh, this is daily cases index. No, that's right. That's right. Okay. So we're going to create a function. We're going to create a little, it'll be a named function, and we're going to apply it to every row in the data set you sent Rich. It's going to look at the row, the data set row by row. It's going to get the date. It doesn't matter the country or any other thing. It's going to get the date for that row and going to look up the date from this daily cases index, which might need to be passed in as an attribute, as a parameter. I think we can just do a quick lookup here. Let me just, if I say daily cases where daily cases at dot index equals $12.31. It gives us the value, and I can select cases. Not quite exactly how I was expecting it to do. No. So what does this return? It returns all right, you can see me furrowing my brow, I'm sure. That is trippy. Okay, that's not fun. It'll have to pass. I don't want to fight it. We're just going to augment the data with this value and try to pop it on a map. So we're taking the first three rows of this, And we'll apply this function. Date rep's not there. Oh yeah, so to apply a function, it defaults to column-wise. Strange, but it does. Yeah, I guess all this stuff is just not for the faint of heart. All right, so basically I gotta get the date. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit spacey here as I work on this stuff, but we're gonna get the date. We're gonna then look up the date. We're gonna get the count. Then we're going to look up the maximum cases. With this jankiness, but it is what it is. I hope it'll work. Just do some print debugging. Worked. Now we want to get the, what would this be called? Proportion of cases? Case proportion? Yep. That's good. They're all between 0 and 1. All right. I hope I'm not too far afield here. Does this make sense? And now what we want to do is just add a new column. Like that. Ah, yes, yes. So we want to apply that function across the whole table, but then I want to save it as a column. This is going to give me an error, I think, or a warning. Still thinking. It did it. It ran it. Do I have a print statement here? Let me run it again. Because it shouldn't really print anything out. that's one of the gotchas with these notebooks is each cell has its own state, and you can run cells out of order, and you can change the contents of cells, but then forget to run it, and so it looks like the cells changed. It's not like editing code in IDE where everything gets invoked. So yeah. So runtime warning, invalid value encountered in long scalars. Interesting. I don't know what that means in English, but it looks like everybody's got a value. 804 don't have a value. Well, there's that. Because I'm dividing by 0, aren't I? Couldn't be divided by, well, 0 divided by 0. Where they have 0 cases. Maybe if I just say case count is 0. I don't know, what do you think? Now we don't have any NAs, so yeah, it's that 0. That was strange. Can't divide 0 by something, right? I'm not that solid with my maths. 0 divided by 5 is 0. 5 divided by 0, that's the problem, would be the problem. Oh, goodness. All right, because we have no NAs. But we have lots of data. Good, now I think we can just export this and use this proportional case count directly in the map for the heat map layer. Oh, you know what though, I just realized, oh dang. Rich, this data doesn't have, sorry, I was just thinking about per capita. This data doesn't have coordinates, man. We gotta do georeferencing with this data. I just want to be a little bit lazy and not do the georeferencing. See this one, basically the same data set, but that gives me a Latin long with the confirmed, recovered, and deaths. Because I think they've done some parsing on it. fact, I might not have to jiggle the handle so much with these dates. Just do that would be ooh. Ah, 403 forbidden, so you can't just download it directly. That's a bummer. What's the difference? Yeah, it's cool, Rich. I'm just giving you a hard time. This is just the way things work, you know. I think you know this, but there's always something. Every step of the way. You just got to kind of learn to grit and bear it, but then you don't want to grit too much, because then you'll rub your teeth bald or whatever. Drink lots of tea is what I try to do. So I knew this with pandas, I get 403 forbidden. God. When I do it with my browser, it's fine. So it's probably sniffing now at the headers or something. Probably doesn't want you pulling this into scripts. Exactly what I needed to do with the data. Alright. So let's see. I think there's probably a Python library for this. Basically, I just need... What is that called? Geocode? Or is it reverse geocode? Yeah, I don't want to use a web service though. Let's see, reverse geocoding is when you have an address. Or no, you have a coordinate and you get an address. And geocoding is when you have an address and you get a coordinate. Because basically what I can do with this data now is make a choropleth map, because I have the country code, and if I had a shapefile layer with the country borders, then it would be fine, but I don't want to do a choropleth map. Everyone's doing choropleth maps, and I think that's misguided. Maybe this whole project is just misguided. This is sort of what I was thinking about the natural earth data set. Reverse geocoder. Offline, that's the keyword. Reverse geocoder. So it's Python 2, I bet you. We should be good with those requirements. Yeah, that's the problem, is the reverse geocoding. Geocoding is, this is Python 2. Reverse geocoding is taking the coordinates and searching, but I need to take the name. I need a geocode. I need a geocoder. Dag nabbit. There's got to be a way to do this offline. Am I misunderstanding what reverse geocoding is? Two and three, okay. So this data didn't work because they're being stingy with it. Which would just mean I would have a hard time scripting this in a cron. I don't know if stingy is the right word, but come on. I'm getting 400 errors. It's coming from John Hopkins. We have cleaned and normalized the data, for example, tidying dates, consolidating several fields in the normalized time series. We've also added some metadata such as column descriptions and data and packaged it. You can view the data as structured, yada yada. Here. I'll close all this stuff. I'll leave that one open because we're using it. All right, so what's up with this one? This one seems to be pretty up to date. Daily reports is probably good enough for right now. They're timestamped, month data, year. Province, state. Yeah, because this I could script. I could just get, clone it and get pull or something like that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's a lot long still. Ooh, and it's got administrative area. Actually, this is cool. This is city level stuff in the US. Confirmed deaths, recovered, active. This adds a whole nother layer of difficulty though, because now we're not comparing apples to apples. We're comparing in some cases counties, or I think these are counties. Yeah, in fact, if I could find, yeah, Adams Iowa. Let's see, for example, Polk, Iowa. I think I had family there. Yeah, these are counties. So in the United States, it's counties. Whereas other places, it's like whole countries. Or states like Wyoming. Yeah, all right, so that's why they normalize the data here. GeoPy, read the docs, stable. So offline geocoding? Yeah. So I've just got to use a geocoding service. Yeah. Well, here, I'll just tell you what. I think the data you showed is the best data we found, though. No, it's 403. They don't want people to script this. You can download it with the browser, but you can't download it with Python. That's what I was thinking. There's user agent sniffing going on. Something smells stanky. So I've just got to use Another library. Just need another library. I mean, it's long, but you could programmatically add a column to the data and add the lat long for each row. Yeah. Just need the lat long values for each country name, and then we can do that. I think we're on the same page. The requests in the IO library. We're just gonna have to add another dependency to this project. Yep. Great minds think alike. Rich. I will then add another dependency to this project. Requests. HTTP for humans. We're installing it. Then we're going to be doing some copy and pasting. Didn't realize we were on the same page. Yeah. It's all good. Yes. This is all just so I can avoid using a geocoding service to make HTTP requests. I don't know that this data is going to be better though. I wish they just wouldn't have been so kind of like, I don't know if stingy is the right word, but maybe they were just getting hammered. Maybe just a lot of people were PQRS. We're just using this data. But come on, you publish data, people are going to use it. That's the deal. That's why you do it. I'm only going to use it every once in a while, like once a day, right? So I'll upvote that answer. And why did that question got downvoted? I don't know. Sometimes people on Stack Overflow are just a little bit. So. 18,000 rows now. Let me see what these D types are. We might have the correct. Nothing is simple. Come on. Yeah, so earlier we had 8,000 rows. Now we have 18,000 rows. Now we have 72 days worth of data. Similar hockey stick, just doesn't go quite far as back in time. This just starts at the beginning of the year. I think that's okay. We have a date time index. I can get the values, but not from 2019. Right. Let me just print that out. Okay, 444. 0 was the maximum. Yeah, I better rename this before I lose sight of that fact. Their outfits are really cool. Nonin. Aye. String cannot be interpreted as integer. I'm using the wrong. I need to do that. Or that's correct. So the date, each row should have a date. Cases, keyword error. Oh yeah, confirmed. Some data wrangling here, just a little bit, not really that much, but okay. 18,000 rows later. Everybody happy? 72. You know, 72 out of 18,000. I'm tempted to drop NA. Aggregated. Oh, yeah. Let me count how many confirmed. Let me see here. So, I probably just want to start with 1 day worth of data. Recovery aggregated, that's strange. Well, why don't we just do you think I should fill NA, just pop it with 0? In a way, there are no confirmed cases if there are no reported cases. Oops, just clicked the wrong button and ordered 2 of the same item. What did you order? Where are you ordering it from? I ordered some books from the UK, from Blackwell's. I'm wondering if I should be worried about mail in general, packages and stuff. But we have to have activities while we're on social distancing, so I thought there were, like a few nice books to order there. Just some activity books, mainly. All right, so how many ANAs? Specific column. Subset must take a list of column names. I didn't catch that. Array like. Labels along either axis to consider. If you're dropping rows, these would be the list of columns to include. Oh, okay, that's that simple. Essentially, we just don't want any of these 72 rows that have a not applicable hot sauce called regret. So now I have double regret. Well, what a coincidence. It's a little bit ironic there. Cool. Still 18,000 lines. Not bad. All right, we got 257 values. There's a handful of countries that I guess are large enough to have multiple values, and I believe there should be a state province in those cases. So let's check China, just to see. Yeah, Anhui, Beijing, Guangxi. And then if I do province state value counts, just to see, pretty much one. So I think at this point we're pretty good. We got the most recent days, 1 day of data with geographic coordinates. I think they should be a little bit spread out. We have the proportional case count, no nans. Some are really small. I mean, most of them I'm supposing would be really small. But hey, that's what it is. So now we'll do a tool CSV. Now the deal is, what's the deal? Now we've got a raw CSV file and I need to pull that into Django is the deal. I hadn't thought about this part. Either I can put it into Postgres, for example, or, and I want this to run in a cron, so whatever's going to happen is going to run in a cron. Should probably put it in Postgres, to be honest. Oh, man. I can make a Django management command that you can run in a cron. Same thing with the virtual environment. So yeah, I mean, it's just Python, and then the manage py, and run the management command. Okay, hey Rich, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I should probably head out for the night too. It's 2:20 here. I'm just hoping to get to a stopping point. I'll continue this adventure tomorrow. I sort of want to wrap this project up if it's not going to get in wide use. I don't know if it's going to get in wide use, but I've got a couple of other ideas kicking around. I hope this is useful. I hope this is a useful project. I think cron is a natural scheduler. So we'll create a model to store these data and a management command to upload them. Parse and upload. Yeah, no, I'll call it good. inside that management command, I'll iterate over each of these rows, and I'm just need a schema to match. There should be a 1. Let me just double check this. Ah, wrong button. Yeah, there is a 1. Which one is that, by the way? That's long, but it's the United States, of course. We have provinces or states for that, so. I'm sure this is going to turn out so hot. It's a really big country, though. All right. This is going to be inversely misleading because this heat map point is going to be located in a farm field in Kansas. Olympica. Deering, Kansas. So we'll have this nice, sort of, so to speak, heat map. With varying degrees and a big blob in the middle of the United States. China will have a few scattered dots. Each country will have a center, a dot in the middle, the geographic centroid. Well, it's a proof of concept, so. Yeah, now I'm not totally convinced it's better than the choropleth, but yeah, I mean, because it's just a big blob in the middle of Russia. Russia had a few, if I recall. No. These values are pretty low. It probably won't even register. Are these uniformly distributed? not. They're major time skewed. What? Yeah, because the countries that were really heavily hit are really heavily hit, and the rest of them are just not even registering. Jeez. Huh, so I wonder what countries are greater than 0.5. The United States. 0.3? Well, that's going to be the United States. Because it's so... Yeah, Germany, Spain, and the United States. So I don't know how useful this map will be either. Maybe I'm just not really sure how to proceed with this project. I'm sorry that, well, I'm not sorry, this is all just part of the learning journey, but man, it's really challenging. And then you see these COVID maps. Make it look much worse. I'm wondering if either, most likely, what I'm doing is just completely off kilter, just off in the wrong direction. Or I'm wondering if a lot of these maps are just really blowing this out of proportion. That couldn't be the case. I mean, there's clearly almost 1 million confirmed cases worldwide, but this stuff. I know it's definitely a pandemic. It's definitely really dangerous. So I'm not trying to. I'm just wondering. I think I remember something I did wrong. So if I'm going to get the proportional, it needs to be proportional to this day. To this day. So I need to do the filtering on most recent confirmed cases, then get the proportional. That's the order of operations here. All right, cool. Because what I'm doing is just getting the proportional to all of the data. So not only are big countries skewing it, but really big days. I'm wondering if I can run cumulative on this, a cumulative sum, or if it's each day is a cumulative sum. So in other words, is it the number of cases that have been reported in that given day, or the number of cases that are reported up to that date? That's something I could check out. How can I check this out? Well, just kind of plot it. This is the essential part, though. I mean, you got to understand the data in order to work with it, and so it's called the exploratory data analysis stage. Let's see. Let's grab the United States data, right? I'm just going to reboot our data set here a little bit, and we're going to check out United States. Still got to parse these dates to date times. We'll grab the date. Actually, the daily cases max should be good. No, because yeah, I am comparing it to the day's value. So okay. Well, I can check this code in. This does look cumulative, though. It does drop down there. Just the number of cases is increasing every day. Okay. So for each row, we get the date and the confirmed case count. If it's 0, we return 0. Maximum case count. Yeah, this was all good so far. Drop a few NAs. I wonder if there's a better way to normalize this or somehow to normalize the data so we'll get more signal. Because I think these countries are going to overpower anything that this chart could do with such small values. Angola. Maybe that's what it was. Angola actually was the country that had so few reported cases, and they asked the president how they managed to have so few reported cases, and he said that they don't have test kits. And is it fair to compare provinces of China? with the United States, for example? Probably not. So I think at the very top of the list, I should just slice off the day of interest. Aggregate by country, sum the confirmed cases by country, then run the proportional stuff. Check it out at that. All right, sounds good, sounds good. And I'm gonna call it a night. I'll think about the Django thing later. So, where did I select the latest? Thought you could do multi-select with this. That'd be cool. Yes, you can. I'm doing it right now as we speak. Now we'll do a group by, sum, confirmed, it was still that long. Damn. Yep, this data would only be useful though for a choropleth map. Dang it. Basically back to where we were with Rich's data. It's crazy that all these countries have exceeded. They're all, let's see. Looks like I'm gonna have to resort to a geocoding service. Dang. If GeoPy can use one that doesn't require I need credentials. I just want to publish credentials here. Nominate them. There it is. User agent, specify your app name here. Alright, so I guess you just give it an application name. That's okay to do. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead and try GeoPy. I'm either going to use, I'll use the nominate them in GeoPy, by the way, but I'm either going to use the data we've currently worked to get, or what CyberGuy Rich originally recommended. And maybe it, if even this works out, this is it would be nice to have a kind of an animation. This is probably the best map I've seen. This is nice. Let's see how they handle the this position of the dots is approximate based on country region, but these are pretty precise dots. I'm wondering if they jittered them or what. I think they would have had to jitter them just to make it look more natural. P5JS. Because this is geographically accurate, so it's not just randomly jittering in the United States. This is like very granular data. Yeah, proportional scaling here doesn't make sense. Well, particularly when you're looking at just places in the United States with very small geographic area. Well, this is, yeah, Carson City, Nevada, so. I think I'm gonna have to reassess this whole thing. This is really good. This is the best animation I've seen. You can see the jittier is going in one direction, kind of away from the, like southeast. Yeah, I'd like to know how this was made. Just realized though, I might not have to go to all the extent of parsing this and uploading it to Postgres. If I can just get this to run in a view, a Django view, I can return some GeoJSON and render it in a map. So that's probably the approach I'll take until I figure out the data structure. So we'll use the geocoder. All right, so now we'll get the proportional values. We might as well get the other statistics confirmed. Recovered. And deaths. We're also losing the time series aspect, but maybe that's okay for now. You can group by country, region, then date. Yeah, it's a list. I thought I could pass this. I suppose if I flatten it, somehow I still want to get that. Hmm. Because I want to group by day to get the max, but I want to group all those countries together. If I change the ordering though of the group by, so we're asking too much, but there might be a way to express this in a query. All right, it's only in one day anyway, so forget about this. I was just trying. I was hoping not to lose the time series. All right. So what is the maximum case count? We can just get it from the column now. It's pretty straightforward. trying to think if there's a way to loop through these, but in any case, I don't think so. Oh, right, I'm not using VS Code. Trying to do multi-cursor. I believe this should work. If I return a tuple. Okay. All right. It's gonna be a big if else, but alright. Let me just see what happens without this. Yeah. So either I need to return a series or I just need to put those. I can't use a list here. I have to actually put the list inside of that. That doesn't seem like it would be the case though. So let's try like this. little bit different area. Oh, yeah. So. Has to, yeah, PD series needs a list like. I don't know if I need to drop in A's. And geocoding. Still roughly the same. China has the most recovered. United States has the most confirmed. Italy has the most deaths. So we need to just get that geocoder going. I'll commit and push this in a minute. So anybody wants to try the code, if they know about this project, can do it. Just adding GeoPy in the background here. Now what we're going to do is write a method to apply. I'll add some markdown and stuff to describe the notebook. All right, so we need a geocoder. And then see what it looks like. Right, maybe it's row.index. Let me just do this one step at a time, then see what the country is. Make sure I'm getting that correct. Okay. Not getting that correct. X equals 1. Oh, that worked. Yes. Next. Ah, nice. Okay, we're doing good. Well, GeoJSON might be handy. What do you think is happening here? When I run print result, it's going to run it through the string method. It's going to return the country name, localized country name apparently. All right, so what we're after here, latitude and longitude. No, yeah, right. I don't want to dir it anymore. I want to print the result. That confuses me. I don't understand why sometimes. All right. Right. I was spelling wrong. Very cool. Now, my stomach sounded like the Slack notification. Good grief. Maybe I'm up past my bedtime. We want to create 2 columns. Let's just do this way. Doesn't really matter the order as long as we are explicit. Right? Actually, that's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do, but really quick, let me just run through them all. Save that and run those. Yeah, I can't do this in the sorry, the view, the API endpoint. This is geocoding everything. Now this is a mess, but we'll have to do it in a cron. It's a shame because well, we had the geographic coordinates, but we had multiple entries for countries. So yeah, this is gonna work. I'm just gonna go ahead and change this. Ooh. All right, we're good to go. I can save this. Add a little bit of narrative throughout here. All right. Almost thinking if we should do hollow views here and just plot this stuff in Python to see if it's worth wiring up to get into JavaScript and stuff like that. Might be interesting, but I'm not gonna do it tonight. Yeah, it's not the exact kind of heat map I was thinking, right? But you know, that's cool though. Really pretty. Can't remember what the good geographic plotting library for Python pandas would be. Created data sets, color maps, heat map, GeoViews. This looks like a heat map just based on the density, point density, basically. Alright, well, I don't think we're going to make it much further with this. Definitely some really interesting stuff you can do with the Z-charts library. Man. So it's probably Latlon. Value. It's really cool. Wow. Jeez, it's really long lat or lat long, one or two. You have to figure that out. Jeez. It's really nice. A little bit intense with the I don't even know. I guess kind of like the shading or the bump mapping. Height map. Yeah, we get this data worked in working order, I think, and quick to query via the REST API. Then we can go back into the visualization part of it. Depth of field and everything. This is nuts. All right. I could just hang out here for a while. All right, so we got this code commented, committed. Is it committed? I don't think I committed it. So let's go ahead and commit it and push. And call it an evening. I will spend way more on these things than I expect to do. Now we're at least in a better shape with some data, whereas before, we had to manually input some information. Now we're going to be using actual reports. Maybe later we could do a time series, but for now we'll just try for a static map with the latest reports. Oops, I thought I had sorry, the browser. Wait a minute. The browser's on the wrong side? No, why is it not showing up? Right, because I need to resize it. And put it, heck, I don't know how to do this anymore. It's not gonna work. I'll have to fix this off stream. So yeah, we pretty much concluded the clustering won't work. The data are only granular to the country level, so clustering doesn't make sense. Might do like a geographic height map or something like that. So I think I'm just going to reset this file to the previous working state. Revert it. Just let go of it. I don't know. To previous broken state probably. We did some exploratory data analysis. That was nice. Initial EDA. Yep, I'll committed and I'll push to GitHub, so anybody who's following along, be sure to watch the GitHub repo in general, and you can check out the latest changes. Run this notebook. You'll need to install Python Poetry. What changes do we have here? All right. And you should be able to spin up a Jupyter notebook in no time flat. Well, all right, this has been another Code Buddies live coding session. Not exactly sure where this project is headed now, but feels like we're still progressing. It's very much more experimental at this point, but interesting nonetheless. thanks again for watching. Thanks, Rich, Cyber Guy Rich, for hanging out, participating in the chat, showing me a few great resources there. In particular, the Europa dataset. I'm going to take a look at that again. I'll commit that and I'll add that to the notebook. And I had a couple of other participants in the chat in PM42. Yasich, I'm not sure his name, and Jake1888. All right, thanks again for watching, and have a great day.